All right, let's go ahead and call the Executive and Finance Committee order for the special session FY 2025 budget hearings. Cody, could you do the invocation, please?
Thank you, Father, for this time and fellowship together, Lord. Thank you for helping us all come together as a community and leadership, Father, and help us to constantly work better for our communities and keep in mind that we're always working together to improve each other and improve our communities, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. All right, thank you, Cody. Shelley, can you do the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Joshua Sam.
Here.
Kevin Easley. Here. Sasha Black Fox Claus. Janie Callison. Here. Julia Coates.
Here.
Joe Deere. Mike Dobbins. Lisa Hall. Here. Johnny Kidwell. Here. Daryl Legg. Here. Dora Petzkowski. Cody Poindexter.
Honey.
Mike Shambaugh. Here. Melvina Shotpouch. E.O. Smith. Here. Condessa Teehee. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Shelley. Let's go ahead and jump into new business. Kevin, can you take that first one for us? Yeah. Daryl, can you take it for us?
You bet. 24-089 budget hearings, FY 2025 capital and comprehensive operating budgets. I'll put that in form of motion.
I got a motion and a second. All right, let's jump into it. I know we've got 3 days planned, so we'll do this at the rate that we determine that it needs to go by. So we're not going to rush through it. We're going to, if you have questions on any item, we'll slow it down and make sure we get the answers we need. We know we have a great staff over at Financial Resources that works hard to help us have the answers to our questions. I know kind of in the spirit of Gadoogie, we want to make sure that we work with each department, each budget here to ensure that we're doing the best that we can for our citizens and the programs that are provided for them. So, all right, Janice, Treasurer.
Good morning.
Morning.
There we go.
Yep, Mike.
I'm pretty loud. So while they're getting everything set up, I want to welcome Chairman, Speaker, the rest of the council. I appreciate you all for giving this your attention today, and I particularly appreciate Councilors Sam and Shotpouch for wearing the color of the day, red, because we're talking about money today. So this is always a kind of an yes, green. Oh, I got that totally backwards. Sorry, and I am not colorblind. Oh, okay. This is going to be a great day, isn't it? The budget hearings are always a great time to look at what we do with our money at Cherokee Nation, and I'm always humbled by where we're putting the majority of it, and it's to help our citizens. So we will go ahead and get started with this. I'm Janice Taylor, the treasurer here at Cherokee Nation, and it is an honor to be here to present the government's proposed budget for FY 25. This is a brief presentation that I am going to do to give you the highlights and kind of help you see things from a 1,000-foot view, and then you can go through with the various departments to get down into the minutia of what's going on in each individual budget. But I'm going to walk you through the updates relating to the budget, our preparation process. We talked about this a year ago, but it is quite an arduous process, and so I want to remind you what all goes into this. Some revenue assumptions, the discretionary funds, capital project, and then we will wrap it up with employment information. So let's get into this. FY 25's budget consists of 25 departments. We have tribal government, service departments, resource departments, and boards and commissions. The numbers assigned to the departments correspond with the tabs in your blue books. And keep in mind, through the years, we have done away with some of the departments, so you're not going to have tabs for number 16, 21, 22, or 26. So let's move into the budget process. It takes a long time to arrive at the chief's proposed budget, and we talk about this every year, but it bears repeating. Last week, I was here presenting the audit, the FY23 audit. We are required to have our audit done and posted on March 31st. And then look at this, on April the 18th, we send our first memo to the departments for their first pass at their budgets for FY25. So there is no rest over there in our department. The departments have 4.5 weeks to prepare their proposed budgets, and they were due back to our budgets department on May the 20th. We ask them to provide detailed descriptions of each program, including their intended outcomes, how they measure their effectiveness, and what constitutes success within each budget. We ask them to tell us who they intend to serve, who's eligible for their program, what their service area is, and how many participants they will serve. We ask them to detail any cost savings that they take or any significant changes in staffing patterns. They're also requested to provide information on external funding, grants that the program researched or received, and information on any external entities that they intend to collaborate. These detailed narratives are in your budget books. They're the pages that have the light blue headers and footers, and those are very good resources to look to through the years to see what the program outcomes are intended to be. This year, we did also ask programs that if they had a significant change in staffing or an increase to their budget, more than 10%, to sit down with their cabinet member that they roll up to discuss why they thought that it was necessary for them to have the additional people or the additional funds. So then the budget review group goes to work, and they go through them, making sure that everything is correct in the budget, that they've got all the people assigned to each budget that are supposed to be, and just a general review of the budgets that were submitted. That goes on through June and July. We want to be sure that programs are funded based on the priority of their service objectives, and that they are evaluated to see if they could utilize grant dollars instead of using the Gen Fund dollars. And also, is the program willing to seek out and apply for grants? Reviewed any correspondence that the program may have had with federal agencies to consider any changes to their programs. And we asked the question, this question has been very important in the last 2 years. If a program receives one-time funding, they should not be putting recurring expenses on one-time funding. And so there have been a lot of projects that we have stood up with either CARES money or ARPA money, and so we're making sure that those were one-time expenses for the one-time funding. Also, we looked to see if there were any auditor findings or concerns within the individual programs to make sure that we're practicing best practice accounting. And finally, what is the rationale behind any budget increase requests? So after the budget group has done their review, we will meet with administration and go over significant changes within the budget or things that are new programs, new initiatives that the programs are wanting to do. Administration always has questions regarding the various budgets because they are very involved in what's going on. They want to make sure the programs have what they need to carry out the services to our citizens. And so we then take those questions back to the programs and get the answers, send it back to administration until all minds are clear that we've done what we need to do. And so once they've completed their review, administration, we do final adjustments and compilations to the budget. And then after that, we submit it to Tribal Council. So that concludes the process of the budget preparation. Now, there are a few things that I want to call your attention to, matters of note. Departments were given the direction to prepare a flat budget consistent with FY24. There are going to be some slight increases in some of the budgets because, as you all will recall, we did the comprehensive wage analysis a couple of years ago. That went into effect during FY24, but some of the programs, if we found out that their positions were not being funded competitively in the open market, they are going to have some increases to make sure that we're paying our workforce fairly competitively. So they will have that. Indirect cost or overhead rate increased from 11.7 to 14.7%. The fringe rate increased to 29.66% from 29.11%, slight increase there. As I mentioned earlier, the ARPA funds will end on 12/31/24. We have all of the funds obligated to projects. We appreciate the council's help in getting all of that obligated. Something that is unique to this year, the Talking Leaves Job Corps contract was not awarded yet on July. We didn't get the award on that until July 31st. And so those positions are not in this budget. We were awarded the end of July. The new contract started August 1st. So we are working the new contract, but we didn't have it in time to include it in this budget. So you will see that in your first budget mod later in the month. Okay, there are always compliance matters that affect the budget too. All of the compliance matters are either as a result of legislative acts that we have to comply with in our budget or grant funding requirements. So the cash reserve is at $41.3 million, and that is as a result of Legislative Act 5-02. The emergency reserve fund is budgeted at $4.7 million as a requirement of Legislative Act 35-17. This is a $450,000 increase over last year. The motor fuels tax scholarships are budgeted at $22 million to fulfill Legislative Act 3-12. That is a little over $3 million increase from last year. Grants cash match is budgeted at $3.5 million, the same amount as last year to meet our grants requirements. And then the Mountain Killer Soap Water Act is funded at $2 million to fulfill the requirements of Legislative Act 15-21. So now let's actually get into the budget. Excuse me. Actually, I'm going to get my water if you don't mind. The FY25 comprehensive budget presented today totals almost $3.6 billion. It consists of an operating budget of $2.974 billion and a capital budget of $622.1 million for a combined total comprehensive budget of $3.59 billion. So this chart gives an overview of our entire budget over the last 10 years. The green line reflects the budgeted sources, also known as revenue. It includes all of the sources of revenue that we will discuss throughout this presentation. The yellow line are the budgeted uses of the revenues, also known as expenses. And the red line is the change in that position at the end of the year. Remember, we have a balanced budget here at Cherokee Nation, so every source of revenue has a use attached to it, so our net position does not have a change. Okay. Now, the revenue assumptions. It's always good to remember how we are actually funded. So the pie chart on the left breaks down the 4 types of funding that we have. We have tribal funds, Cherokee Nation tax, other funds, which includes some state funding and private entities, and then the federal funds. Federal funds historically make up the largest portion of our budget, and this year is no exception. 68.5% of our budget comes from federal funding. And then on the right-hand side of that chart, it is the federal funds broken out by the department that issues the funds. It's no surprise that IHS is our largest funding source that we have, making up 26% of our budget. The Department of Treasury at almost 17% is the next highest. That is a result of the ARPA funds that we're spending down. That's kind of an unusual thing, so that will change over time. Okay, let's look at the trend in grants and compact and tribal revenues. So the grants and compacts revenue, the red line, shows a decrease of $221.5 million. The majority of that decrease is the spend down of the ARPA funds, and the rest is new grant funding offset by the spend down of various completed projects. The tribal funding, the yellow line, increased by $29.6 million. $82 million of that, included in that amount, are additions related to our new public health and wellness initiatives, increases in the indirect cost and lease pool rates, along with our e-cigarette settlement. And this amount is offset by $52.4 million in spend down and the completion of multiple capital projects. There is a significant increase in grant funding beginning in FY20, and that is the result of the CARES dollars and the American Rescue Plan, or ARPA funds, received during the last 5 years. Okay, so this is a trend analysis of the dividends from component units. The budgeted dividend for FY25 decreased by almost $3 million due to the spend down of the housing, jobs, and sustainable communities initiatives. And in case you're wondering, that sharp increase in 2021 was the result of a significant increase in federal contracts that CMB won during that year. So let's look at tax revenue. The red line are the motor fuels tax. It is up slightly due to a projected increase in fuel sales. The yellow line is the motor vehicle tax. There is a slight decrease in that one due to lower projected car tax sales. And the green line is the budgeted tobacco tax, also a slight decrease in that due to decreased retail sales. Okay, the theme of our holiday this year was Weaving Our Future, and we are investing in the future of Cherokee Nation to the tune of $622 million. So let's look at the various projects that are in there. We've broken this down into 6 categories, but keep in mind there are multiple projects in each category. So the top line, almost $43 million in health and behavioral health centers. That is going to include the new hospital, the new clinic in Salina, upgrades to other clinics, and also the replacement and upgrade of equipment. The behavioral health centers are also in that one. $108 million going to roads and bridges, keeping things moving across the reservation. The Child Development Centers and Early Head Start, we're investing $53 million, truly investing in the future of Cherokee Nation, because those are our kids, giving them a safe place to learn. Then $8 million going into wellness centers as part of the upgrade to the health system, and also our push towards public health and wellness initiatives. And then $6.3 million, we are investing in our own buildings that helps with service delivery to our citizens, making it a better place to work. At $3.9 million is going into land and property acquisition. As we expand our services, we have to expand our land base. So that gives us a total of $622 million in capital projects budgeted this year. Okay. Let's look at employment figures. In the FY25 proposed budgets, the employees that are listed in your books are as of July, so there may be some slight changes since that time, but as a whole, it's going to be pretty good. This chart reflects all positions as of July 31st. And just want to recall, the Talking Leaves Job Corps positions are not included in these employment figures because we didn't have that contract when we had to finish this up. So to protect the majority of those employees, they are budgeted on other sources in your books as vacant positions, just in case we needed to move them. But again, the end of September, we will get everything squared away with your budget mod, get them back on Talking Leaves and off whatever funding source that they are on. All right. This is a 10-year trend analysis of our full-time positions. We have 6,411 positions this year. There's been a 165% growth in FTEs over the last 10 years. So our workforce is strong. So let's look at the employment per funding source. It's no surprise IHS funds the most positions at a little over 3,400. The Department of Interior comes in next at 758 positions. And of note is that almost 80%, 79.2% of our employment is either grant or compact funded. So now let's look at the positions per department. We've got 4 columns in this table. The first one are the existing positions. Not surprising, health has the most with 2,884, and human services is second with 425 positions. The second column are all of the vacancies by department. Again, we've got a little over, well, we've got right at 1,000 vacancies. Health, again, has the most with almost half of them, and Human Services has 105 vacant positions. New positions requested in this budget are in the third column. There are a total of 270 new positions requested. Again, Health is leading that with 130 new positions. 81 of those new positions are direct patient care positions. There's always the desire to better staff our clinics, our hospital, so that people get what they need. And then there are 84 vacant positions in human services. New positions in human services. The final column is just showing the total budgeted for the year, and there are, again, 6,411 positions. All right, that brings me to the end of my presentation, but I do want to thank my staff, which I have brought with me. Chrissy Moore always does, send up Chrissy, always does the budget presentation, compiles the numbers, makes them, did you stand up? So I appreciate Chrissy, and I would appreciate a round of applause for her for doing that for me. Thank you, Chrissy. You may sit down. And then I have mentioned on numerous occasions the budget department does this, the budget department does that, but I think you need to figure this out. Those 2 books have over 500 budgets in them. And the budget department is on the back row here, not including Mr. Cole or Chrissy. So Loretta Keener is the director of budgets. Do you mind to stand? Her right-hand person is Daniel Stroop, in the thick of it. We have Tristan Brave, former mayor of Hulbert, so don't think he doesn't have chops, and Janet Baker. So these 4 people do all of the budget work. It blows my mind. So if you guys could give them a round of applause as well, I'd appreciate it. All right, thank you. And then Jamie Cole, the controller of Cherokee Nation. I say it, I think, every time I'm here. That man is the lifeblood of financial resources. If Jamie wasn't back there keeping all the balls in the air, we would have a mess. And so I appreciate you so much. What he does for Cherokee Nation is just phenomenal. So if we could just, yes, I agree, Janet. So that completes my presentation. I think I'll sit down. I'm going to be here throughout the day, though, and Jamie's going to stick around as well. So if there are questions that the programs themselves can't answer, we're here to help.
All right, thank you, Treasurer.
You're welcome.
All right, let's go ahead. Treasurer went a little bit over time there, so we'll try to get caught up. But let's go start off with the Office of the Chief budgets. And we'll go ahead and just go down the line that we have right here in the summary report. So the first one will be the Principal Chief's budget.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and it's an honor to always stand before the Tribal Council today. Hope everyone's doing well, had a wonderful holiday. So saw many of you out this weekend, and it was just a great holiday. First of all, I want to say thank you again to Treasurer Taylor and her staff. What an amazing job they do, not only preparing these budgets, but just on a daily basis. The number of transactions and the number of things they do daily is significant. Also, like to say on behalf of all of our employees, just thank you for the work that they do in preparing these budgets annually, but also the way they carry out the budgets each and every day and to deliver the services to our citizens the way they do. Mr. Chairperson, I'm happy to present alongside our Secretary of State and others from Executive Administration our budgets and answer any questions.
Okay, all right. Joe?
I just had a real quick one. You know, we had passed the gravestone a while back, and I see that's in your summary, and Savannah is over that.
Savannah and CCO, yes.
Yeah. Can we get that application where people can actually find it?
Sure. Yes.
And I'm glad to see that we upped it by like 30,000.
Sure.
Because the people in the community are always having trouble finding that.
Sure.
When they go to burial assistance, it's not listed under that.
Okay.
But we need to have that application maybe put over here separate.
Okay.
And then show that guideline.
Okay. We will certainly make a note of that. And just last week, I believe you may have heard from our IT director, we're making some improvements very soon to our website, along with some AI tools that will help in that. But we know that some of the applications, for instance, that one, they're a little cumbersome to find.
Yeah.
So we've got our eye on that and many others to make our website and other things more user-friendly and so that our citizens can access them the way they need to.
Yep. And thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, Council.
All right. Sasha?
Thank you. I was just looking over the charitable contributions
Okay.
listed. And so I see 5 that are listed for the domestic violence shelters. And in particular, I'm looking for the OCO Men's Shelter and Help in Crisis. Are those listed within the 5, or is that funding being dissolved?
Thank you, Counselor, for that question. I know a little bit about this, so let me see if I can answer your questions. On the Tahlequah Men's Shelter, I believe there were some technical issues this past fiscal year in getting the funds over to them as far as getting the correct paperwork to us. I've heard since we've submitted this that there may have been some leadership changes, so we were certainly open to going back and looking at that, but no, that has been reduced because of last year we weren't able to complete that. With the other 5 domestic violence shelters, I believe they're listed below. If not, I think Help in Crisis is one, DVIS is one. There may be one called Women's. I think it's this Women's in Crisis. Hope House and Zoe Institute, I believe those may be listed right underneath here. Yes. Okay, and we also have a list that we'll share right away with you.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, you had another one?
Yeah, I did have one more. In the State of the Nation, we said 65 million Sequoia, and then the 40 million housing. I was looking at the budget where that's going to come from, because I know the other one's Department of Treasury, 86 million. That's self-explanatory.
Yes. Thank you for that question. Counselor, Principal Chief Chuck Hoskin Jr. will be presenting a resolution addressing those items in the coming days. And he may want to speak on those later today whenever he gets an opportunity to address the council, but we will be presenting that very soon.
Yeah, I just didn't know if that was a grant that we'd got or
That will, the Sequoia projects will be ARPA funded,
Okay. That's cool.
and some of those things are tied up in ARPA.
I figured those were allocated that we were trying to finish up.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Johnny?
Dr. Bunch, thank you for being here today.
Sir.
Hey, while we were talking about charitable donations, I've just got a couple of questions. The angel tree, the Indian Child Welfare Angel Tree, that increased 129,500. It's up on the top. Is there a reason for that? I mean, it was 5,000 something last year. That's a pretty big jump for the angel tree.
The angel tree, Secretary may want to address that. It could be because we raised more funds last year than we anticipated.
We base that off the number of applications that are coming in, and it's just gotten very popular.
So, in case you didn't hear, more applications have driven that increase each year. So, more applications we receive, the more money we have to find to fund that.
$129,000. Okay.
Is that?
Yep.
Is that accurate, Treasurer?
Yeah.
Yep, that's,
We want everybody to get served, and then we get a lot of donations in, and so the adjustments are made. We want to be sure everything's
yeah, we were very fortunate in receiving more and more donations each year too, so that also drives the increase. So it's overall good news because we're serving more young children.
Yeah, it's, and we want to do that, sure. And the Trail of Tears Association that we gave 10,000 to last year that we're not giving anything to this year, is there a reason for that?
Let me see if I can get someone up here.
And hey, if this is outside your wheelhouse, I totally
Yeah.
understand.
Hold on one second. Deputy Secretary may know the answer to that.
Deputy
Thank you for the
Secretary
question, too.
Kanan.
No, it's generally because we're going to be working with them more, providing kind of in-house costs with them. We're helping them with some of their advertisements and space costs rather than a general donation. We're just working with them more throughout the year.
Okay.
I have one thing to add to that. Also, Counselor, I believe some of these were cleaned up because we were donating to them possibly through CNB side, so it's consolidating some of this funding. That may also answer your question.
Okay. All right, and I see that with the at-large, the scholarships and compounding those, adding them into the leadership scholarships, that's all great too. I appreciate you guys doing that and just making one line item. But all right, thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, and also I might add on that one, we added money to it.
Yes, yes. Yes, you did. Thank you.
Danny?
Dr. Bunch, the bigger part of your budget is this broadband connected program. Is that what we're building the cell towers and the different things throughout with, or?
Yes, and someone from government relations should probably know the finer details about that, but that is correct. Yep. And that's an ongoing project, of course.
Condessa?
Well, good morning, Dr. Bunch.
Good morning.
I had a question that relates to these FTEs by funding source. On the FTEs by funding source, it's indicated that there are 2.5 FTEs that are privately funded. And I noticed in the Office of the Principal Chief budget that there was a position that was listed as $0 on the budget. So I was wondering if you could speak to the rationale on that private funding and perhaps just maybe provide some maybe background on that.
Yes, ma'am, we certainly can do that. May have to call a lifeline to identify those two positions.
I think we'll allow it.
And also may have to get a magnifying glass to read some of these.
I think one of them actually shouldn't have been 0, though. It should be in there that it's accounting. One that should be moving from one to the other, and instead they zeroed that out and shouldn't be 0. The other one I'm not off the top of my head, I don't know what the other one.
The other one's in health.
Oh, and health.
Yeah, I believe it's a health IT position.
It's a health IT position, did you say? Can I do a little bit of research on that?
Sure,
and get back
sure,
to you,
sure.
very
Absolutely.
soon? Okay. I'll make a note of that. I think I know the answer, but I don't want to misspeak.
Okay, no problem. Well, I appreciate the time, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, all right. On that, just to kind of backpedal on that charitable contribution of the breakdown, I know when we look at the budget, it says no significant changes, but that seems a little bit significant there, just to kind of get a breakdown, just kind of a picture for, like Councilman Kidwell said, just kind of see what those changes might be, even though there's not a numerical change, but we can see it within the report.
Yes, we have that broken down.
Okay.
So we can get it to you.
All right, can you share that with Gail and let her
Yes,
send
the
it out?
majority are, we were getting requests at Cherokee Nation and at CND. So they worked together and found out we're kind of double dipping in some sense. So moved any ones that had been provided, that Cherokee Nation made a contribution and Cherokee Nation made a separate contribution. We moved those to CND and removed them from Cherokee Nation and then increased or provided some more contributions, kept that in the budget.
Okay.
But we
All right.
can,
Yes.
From now on, if somebody is going to answer, have them come up
Yes.
to the mic where they can be heard better.
Yeah,
If you
and
would.
I'll just repeat that summary, just so everyone's on record. Some of those contributions were being made at CNB, so we just consolidated those efforts through the CNB side so that we wouldn't be
Right, okay,
making contributions on both sides.
okay.
Yeah, but we will provide the list to the council by the end of the day.
Okay, all right, let's, just for convenience, as we have staff here, let's just go to each item that's in the office of the chief, and just, if anyone has any questions on each budget, we'll check off, and if there's no questions, we'll just move on to the next one, okay? All right, the first line is gonna be the principal chief's budget. Just holler at me if you have a question on it. We see there's just a small increase of 25,000. Does anyone have a question for principal chief's budget? All right, let's move on down to deputy chief's budget. Like I said, we'll just go budget by budget, and if you have a question, holler at me, and we'll ask staff while we have them here with us. All right, next budget would be chief of staff. All right, no questions on that one. Next one's gonna be the radio show budget. Like I said, these are, we can see the budgets there. Sometimes they say no significant changes, but if you have any question, anything that you want some information on, don't hesitate to ask. Like I said, we have 3 days, but we'll get through them as best as we can, and as quick as we want, or as slow as we want. All right, next one, it's gonna be government relations. Do we have any government relations staffs? Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
If I could ask for a change on the agenda, Mr. Speaker, I noticed that myself and my staff, Ashana, are listed this afternoon in government resources, and I think that might have been an oversight. We're just government relations. And I do have Ashana with me because she's the Director of Self-Governance. In the government relations budget, you'll notice there are some modest increases that relate to just rising costs of doing some of these special projects that we oversee, like events related to firefighters, Youth Summit, Elder Summit, the holiday awards ceremony. Those costs have increased over time. And then we also, our GOTV, SWAG, those kind of efforts, we've asked for a modest increase there as well. And then I think someone asked a question about broadband. We do have the total budget is $34 million from the National Telecommunication Information Administration, with the goal of building 15 towers that complement and replicate in a lot of ways what we did in Kenwood. We have surveyors, we've had a lot of like engineering work, surveying work, and those are nearing completion. And so once those are completed, then we will have a good idea of where we should start building those towers. And so I wanted to be responsive to that. And then I have Shauna, who's here too, and I think she also has no significant changes in her budget, but we're happy to answer whatever questions you may have of us.
All right, do we have any questions initially right now? All right, speaker?
Not really, just a really quick comment. You know, we were told that this was going to happen. A lot of us in our districts have those dead spots, and it's good to see that that's coming to fruition. That's a big deal for our Cherokee citizens. So,
Absolutely.
you know, just especially when they have to do things online for school and things like that, monster deals. So that's a good thing.
Wonderful. Thank you, Speaker.
All right, well, we got the government relations budget right there. No questions. We'll go on down to the get out the vote budget.
Thank you. Again, that get out the vote budget does show a minor increase of a 4% increase, and that is to help us with our Cherokee Vote swag. Mostly, as you know, we do so many events at large and such, and our T-shirts and swag. There's a rising cost there too, so we've decided to put a little bit more there.
All right. All right, we got any questions for that budget? All right, doesn't look like it. Well, I know we're circling back down to charitable contributions, so if we have any other questions for charitable contributions budget or any more clarification, just let me know.
And there is a page in the budget book, but I don't have page numbers to share with you all, that lists the details of the ins and outs, and the increase was 0 on that, but I'm not sure. Treasurer doesn't want to know what page that might be. Well, it won't help because it's not page numbers, but.
Yeah, it should be in our booklets or our flash drive. Yeah, maybe. But all right, if we don't have any more questions for charitable contributions, we'll move on down to communications. Hi.
Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good, how are you guys?
Good.
Yeah, we didn't have any, we just had a slight increase, and that's for our Canto system, which is basically the archive that we use for storing all of our video and photos. We did apply for a grant to try to absorb that cost. We didn't quite get it, so we're going to work on just making sure that we feel like what they needed for that. We're going to apply for it again.
Okay. All right, do we have any questions for communications? All right, doesn't appear so. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Let's jump into the Secretary of the State budget.
Thank you. There were increases for staff. There were 2 positions, the Special Projects Officer and Community Engagement Officers that were added this fiscal year, but were not a part of the budget. And then we also had salaries for the Deputy Secretary of State positions that were not put in at the full amount. So that increase is all staffing in the Secretary of State's office, but positions that were in this year.
Okay. All right, do we have any? Oh, Johnny?
Ms. Boland, thank you for being here. Just a quick question. You mentioned the Deputy Secretaries of State. Do you plan on filling that other position?
At this time, we don't have plans at the current time. We just need time to transition and determine the needs. So the next couple of months we won't be filling the position.
Okay, so more of a placeholder, this one is, and the second position is?
Yes,
All right.
until we can transition more, and then if we are able to cover the duties, we won't fill it.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's move on down. We got the Office of Veteran Affairs.
Good morning.
Morning.
I was asked if someone had skipped us, and I said, it's okay, don't, we're okay with that, but I've got two budgets here, and we've got, of course, the Veterans budget at our Veterans Affairs Office, and then the Fox grant budget that we have here in front of us. And I know you all have copies of what I have, so do you have any questions for us?
Doesn't appear so, sir. Doing great.
Well, you all know that on the 9th, we're getting ready to have a banquet and take some veterans to D.C. again. E.O. Jr.'s going with us, I think. Have you backed out? No. All right, so pray for a safe travel for us and that we'll have a good time with our veterans. We had a great event Friday, and then we had a powwow and all of that. And we had a 4-star general with us, which is, if you didn't get to meet the man, he's a special guy. And it's nice to have someone like that in our audience. Also, we had Dwight Birdwell there. So with that, I'll hush. You all have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's go ahead and go down to the next one, Cherokee Nation Events budget.
Yes. Just there is an increase in the Cherokee Nation events budget. Basically, we did not budget much this current fiscal year for events. It was something new initiatives and efforts that we took on. So next year, given all the activity and construction that we know we have going on, that is the increase just to budget for those activities.
Okay, all right, we got any questions on that one? All right, thank you. We'll go on down to the Gadoogie Corps. It looks like a new budget for Office of the Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. This budget should actually be reflected in under education, but I'm glad to try to answer any questions on that.
All right, yeah, that's shown under Office of the Chief budget right now.
Yeah, yep.
But, okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure that one's self-explanatory. We know what Gadoogie Corps are doing a lot of hard work. But do we have any questions for that budget? All right. Go down to, let's see, I know we had some questions on this one already. Cherokee Nation Cemeteries Preservation Budget. Do we have any questions on that one? We have Miss Savannah here.
CO.
CO. No, don't look like it right now. We'll see rural fire stations budget. Anyone got any questions on that one? Like I said, I'm just going to go line by line. If we have questions, we'll have staff jump up there for us real quick. Just make sure we get through all the Chiefs budget. Cherokee Nation Communities at Large. All right. Community Technical Assistance budget. Community Building Utility Assistance budget. That one looks like a new budget there. Any questions on it? All right, pretty self-explanatory. Cultural Community Outreach Administration budget. All right, Community Cultural Outreach budget. Let's see, next one is, well, HJSCA, Cherokee Community Buildings budget. Any questions? Like I said, just holler if you see one. We'll make sure we get through every budget. Chief IDC fund. Deputy Chief, indirect cost fund. Let's see, we got Chief of Staff, oh no, that one's out of order. Communication, indirect costs, Secretary of State, indirect costs. Communication Health Services budget. All right, Housing Policy Office. SS Falk Suicide Prevention Grant. Then we have our broadband connectivity program. Do we have any questions on those? All right, finishes off with the Office of the Chief Budgets. And let's see, we have, next, let's jump into Supreme and Tribal Court with Judge Bartow.
Morning, Speaker. Morning, Council. It's a pretty flat budget. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
All right, do we have any questions for Judge? I'll give him a few seconds to. All right, looks good, Judge. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, next on the list, we have boards and commissions with Secretary of State and Kanan Duncan. I'm just enjoying his Starbucks back there. Yeah, we have boards and commissions budgets.
The only one in that's actually
Arkansas Riverbed, yeah.
Okay, Arkansas Riverbed, do we have any questions on the Arkansas Riverbed one? All right, thank you, sir. All right, let's see. We got through our first group pretty quick, so let's keep moving on. Office of Attorney General with Chad Harsha. Yeah.
Good morning. You have the budget proposal for this year in front of you. It's pretty flat compared to last year, and of course, we always try to be mindful of all the dollars that we receive and spend, and I think this budget does cover what we project for this upcoming fiscal year. And so if you have any questions on any particular item, I'd love to take it.
All right, do we have any questions for AG Harsha? Let's give him a second to. Any questions? All right, thank you. All right, do we have Mr. Mark Vance here with Education Services? Looks like you recovered from that candy throwing.
Man, you guys were tough. You guys were tough on me. I was taking photos for you guys. Good morning.
Morning.
You guys have my report.
All right, let's jump into the Education Services. We know that's one of our bigger budgets, have quite a few there. Do we have any questions right off for Danny?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Your archery program had a huge increase. Is that?
Yes, sir. We're going to add 2 new staff and 2 new facilities, so utilities, operation, and maintenance will be the cost on that one.
That will be at Sequoia?
Sequoia and Veneta. No, our 2 new archers will be at Cal Salisaw and Veneta.
Okay, thank you.
Johnny?
Mr. Vance, thank you for being here. Nice jacket, by the way. I like that.
Thank you.
Hey, real quick, the JOM increase. Can you just tell us a little bit about that?
Yes.
Why the big jump there?
Yes, as you know, Chief Hoskins, and Deputy Warner, we increased the student count, from per student, $40 to $70. So that's where the increase came from. And we have over 28,000 students, so.
Danny, back to you.
So JOM is Johnson O'Malley, which is $40 by the federal government, so we're going to add $30 onto that and that we handle every JOM on the reservation, is that correct?
That's correct.
So whether they're Navajo, Cherokee, Creek.
Correct.
The Cherokee Nation will be giving $30 more to each JOM student to cross the reservation.
That's the great thing about JOM program. We help them all.
All right, thank you, sir.
Do we have any more questions for Mr. Mark Vance? All right, great report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on. Johnny?
Mark, I don't want to hold you up here. So how many students, again, did you say?
Over 28,000. There's probably 26 to 27,000 Cherokee. 28 total. I can get the number for you, though.
And we're giving them an extra 30?
Correct.
That'd be $840,000. But this is,
No.
huh?
$28,000 kids, yeah.
28,000.
And we're talking about line item 32340000, JOM program.
The crease, yes. This would say 2 million. Is that our crease? Is that what you're saying?
2.6?
Yes. There'd be new funding per child.
And that's 28,000 kids times $30 each?
Maybe, yes.
That's $840,000.
It'd be based on the $70, right?
Yes, 70.
Okay, so that is not just the extra 30 we're giving, that's the total amount that
Correct.
they're all getting. So that's combined the federal money and our money.
Correct.
Okay,
Sorry
all
about
right.
that.
Nope, that's great. Thank you, sir.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you, sir. All right, let's keep the ball moving. Got Health Services with Mr. Dr. Jones and Amy Sams.
Good morning. I think you all have our large budget. If you have any questions, we'll be glad to try to answer them for you. There's a lot in that packet.
All right, first off, before we jump in, we have any initial questions? Joe?
Yeah, I just had a really quick question. You had the deputy executive external, which we know is Brian, then we have a deputy executive internal, which is Wayne, and then it shows another internal. Am I missing somebody to take something off Wayne?
We've changed those titles, and we are aligned more with what normal health systems have with CEO, COO, CXO, CFO, all those things. So yes, we're adding a chief experience officer to help with things such as employee engagement, things that we do internally to help our educational system is one thing that they're going to be in
So
charge of.
it'd be engagement officer?
Engagement.
Instead
things
of
that.
the
Yeah, the
internal?
names are actually changing. They should be changing. But when we did this budget, that was prior to the name changes.
Have
Those
you
name
hired that
changes
person
occurred.
already?
We have somebody selected, yes. Yeah.
But are they working like?
Not yet.
Okay,
Not
when
in
you
that
get
role.
that, can we put the name in here? Because I already
Yeah.
have Brian and Wayne, that way I'm not
Sure.
contacting Wayne for.
Yeah, it's more about that person's going to be in charge of, there's going to be some specific departments that person will be in charge of. That will be things like education, how we move through education our employees as they come on with job training. It'll be contract health that's going to fall up underneath that, roll up underneath that department. So we're moving things out a little bit so not everybody has so much on their plate. So
On the community engagement, will that be like the same people that go to like our events? Or would that just be at the hospital?
No, Jessica's team will also roll up in that area also, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, it's going to be
Okay.
community engagement and employee engagement,
And
so
employee.
it'll have some dual roles there.
So I don't need to contact Wayne for that, I need to contact whoever the new person.
Yeah, we'll let you know whenever we have everything lined out, so.
Okay.
But yeah,
All right,
we'll get an announcement out to everyone, we just haven't done that yet.
Okay,
because
that was the
we're
only
not ready
question
to
I
do it.
had, because I was like, I didn't remember.
We added that to the budget, but the budget actually doesn't take place until October 1st. So,
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we haven't really moved
Okay.
everything around yet.
That's the only question I had, thanks.
Yeah.
Sasha?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Jones, with the opening of the new hospital, will that be opening in phases, just how we did CNOC, or will it just be one set open date?
No, it'll be opening in phases. We're already working on transition right now. We don't have very few of these positions that you see on this budget are with the hospital, with the new opening, because we'll be transitioning a lot of existing staff over. That transition will take place over a couple of months. We can't just shut the doors on one hospital and open them on the next hospital. So we will have a transition period. And as I said, we've got teams that are already working on that now and how that's going to look like, or what that's going to look like next year.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. I was looking at the vacancy amount, and if that was in correlation to the new hospital, or if that was incorporating those opening in phases.
There are some vacancies that are anticipated positions that we're going to need, that we don't need exactly right this minute, but we're going to need within this year to make that transition. But it does not include all the different positions that will be opening and expanding when we open that hospital.
Okay, thank you.
Danny?
Morning, Dr. Jones.
Good morning.
When you guys list each clinic and the revenue, is that what that particular clinic pulls in from third party, or is that where it goes?
It is, and we're still working on getting things untangled, because for years it was all kind of lumped together. So like Hastings budget, there's still a lot of things that are attributed to Hastings budget that aren't really Hastings expenses or Hastings. So we're still unwinding a lot of that stuff. So each year it gets more and more accurate per clinic.
And the next question, optometry, it didn't increase. Does that include the glasses that people get, or is that just what we give to NSU to do the deal out?
I believe all of that's in the optometry budget. We do contract with Northeastern for the labor, for the optometrist. But the other things are in each clinic's budget, like the staff, support staff, and things of that nature are in the clinic budget, depending on how big that optometry program is at that particular clinic.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Johnny?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doc, thanks for being here today. Hey, quick question. I know one of my colleagues brought up the vacancies. I'd be interested to know how many of those 500-plus vacancies have been vacant for, say, 3 years or more.
Okay.
I know we went through this a while back, and we asked for this data, and I know it adjusts, and I know that we have some that are also grant funded that just kind of have to be there. I mean, I understand those placeholders, but out of that number, how many of them have not been filled, have gone vacant for say over 2 years?
Okay, so let me give you a little bit of information on the vacancy, because it's a little misleading. There's currently right now, we did the numbers this morning, we're actually at 476 vacancies. But of those 476, 152 selections have been made. So they're in the pipeline of being filled, but there's always a churn. There's always people coming and people going. And then when you look at what we did this year on our exercise, and we started this last year as we go through budgets and getting them aligned to present to Chief, to be able to be presented to you guys, we look at those vacancies, how long have they been open, what is the reason we haven't been able to fill them, and then we either pull them back and realign them, and that goes in as a vacancy again, because it looks like a new position because we're realigning it. So if we see the problem is maybe we're asking for something that's not available in that area, maybe there's something in that job description that's prohibiting us from getting the applicants that we need, then we're pulling those back and realigning them. So we have several job vacancies right now that are being re-looked at for job descriptions and rewriting the job descriptions to fit the need. Maybe the need that was there last year is not the need we had this year. You know, lab is one of those areas where we're rewriting job descriptions because of the level of education that was put on the first job description maybe isn't attainable in some of our areas. So those are kind of the exercises that we're going through to see what we can do. But overall, if you look at our total number of jobs, vacancies to how many employees we have, and take out those that are already in the pipeline, we're down around 9%, which is far, far below the national averages. And as you know, the labor market is very tight across the nation, and specifically in northeastern Oklahoma.
Yep, very good, and I appreciate you giving me that background. Totally understand if one of those jobs are in the pipeline, preparing to be filled. Now, whenever you talk about pulling those jobs back, taking a look at them and then putting them back out, do you put them back out as listed as a new, an N vacancy, or a V vacancy? A new position or a V vacancy?
I'm not sure how that gets to you, but I mean, and how it's classified with you, but it's not I think it's classified as a new vacancy to you, even though because we pulled it back and put it back on, even though there was no change in money.
Yeah, well, it gets to us as it comes from you, so you guys put on an N or V, right? So whenever those things come back out as new, you've actually kind of re-looked at those, and you're rewriting the job description and doing all that.
Absolutely.
That's perfect, and I appreciate that as well. But, for any of those, for the ones that you're looking at that have been vacant for, say, let's just call it, 3 years, when you come across those, if you could send me that list, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, and and those things come and go just like psychiatry. We went for a couple of years really struggling in that arena, and now all of a sudden we broke through a wall, and we have several psychiatrists that are wanting to come to work for us. So we are actually have more interest than we have vacancies. So these things kind of ebb and flow, and depending on what's available out there in the market. And since COVID is ended and the market is stabilizing a little bit, we're starting to see nurses vacancies being able to fill more. So there's a lot of things that are ebb and flow all the time in this end. And then again, we do have some that are placeholders, like you said, for grants. Some of them are anticipation of jobs that we're going to maybe don't need right now, but we're going to need this year. And rather coming back to you in a budget modification, we put it in so that we'd be able to have it ready to go when that service line is ready for that expansion.
Sure.
So,
and overall, the vacancy rate is down from last year, which is great. I mean, so whatever we're doing over there, we're doing it right. I appreciate it.
Yeah, very well.
Just to jump in on cutting line real quick, on those placeholders, like I've noticed there's a bunch of positions in there, new position, to be determined exempt. Is that those placeholders there?
Right.
Do we have kind of a idea of what those positions are, or is it just something we know we just need a budget for a position there?
Generally, we do have an idea of what's going to go in there, and I'll give you an example. Graduate medical education is something we're expanding this year, which is to do with our residencies, because there's going to be more and more residencies as we pull them on. So as we build that department, we don't know exactly the position we're going to need, so we put a placeholder so we know as we expand this year, we can put that, make it meet that need. So and we're working with OSU on that, on developing a graduate medical education department, looking at what they've done over the years and trying to model it rather than trying to build something from scratch. So,
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Danny?
Dr. Jones, sorry to bother you again, but when you look at increases and decreases, wow, 133 million that you decreased from your budget from last year. Can you kind of give us an idea of that, please?
So some of it is grant spend down. Some of it is ARPA money that's spent down. Some of it is money that's been transferred out of our rollover amount into construction. And when it gets transferred out into construction, it goes under another budget, leaves our budget, goes to another budget. So it's a neutral ag, but it looks like a decrease on ours. It'll look like an increase in construction budget. Yeah.
Sasha?
Thank you, Chair. Following up from Counselor Kidwell, can you repeat those vacancy numbers for me again that you ran this morning?
476 vacant or new positions, and of those, 152 are in the pipeline right now, are pending. They've already had a selection. They're pending finishing the completion.
Okay, and how many of those are nursing positions?
That I couldn't tell you that exact number.
And do you have a total number of contract staff that we have?
The contract staff, I don't have the total number for you, but I do know that we've decreased that contract budget by 25% over this last year, and we're still decreasing it as every one of our senior directors has been given the directive that that's something we want to decrease as we increase our ability to hire locally. So I know that since last year, we've decreased that number by 25%.
Okay. I'm just looking at my notes compared from last year during our last budget hearings. So our vacancy numbers at that time was 427. 25% of that was in nursing. So we're at 427 last year, and if you're telling me now we have 476, that's more, and you're asking for How many new positions?
But you also have to remember, we've had several budget modifications, and we've got a total now of 3,075 employees, I believe is what my last count was, the last numbers I got last week, but I don't have that stat right in front of me. Our overall increase of numbers has been significant just since the last year, and then we're also ramping up for some of the new things that we're doing this year.
Okay. And I'm also looking, and maybe you can help me find it, maybe Ms. Sams can, the line item for adaptive. Is that on here?
It'll be under contract.
It's budgeted at the facility that incurs the cost, so it's in a line item that's called locum tenens contracts greater than 5,000. So you'll see it on the Hastings, the CNOC, all the various budgets that use contract providers.
Okay.
So there's not like a single amount budgeted across the system. I mean, in one budget, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's in multiple budgets.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
And the reason for that is because every clinic is unique. Every clinic's going to have unique needs, so we can't really put it into one budget. We don't know anticipate what the need is going to be for that clinic and what their labor force looks like in that area.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right, Joe?
Hey, Doc, under the Claremore, we talked about the state of the nation. Out of all these empty positions with empty vacant salaries, if we have it done before next year's budget, are you able to transfer those into contracts? Because we know we have a staff shortage anyway, to be able to staff things like that. Are those able to be converted into contract money? So if you have a doctor and you take 3 positions to be able to pay that contract, is that going to be able to happen? Or are we going to get hit with a budget mod?
There will be a budget mod, maybe, before, but you got to keep in mind, we're not, we started the clock, and this is a transition. Compact is a very tenuous process that will take us the better part of a year, so we may not see it until next year's budget. I don't know for sure where that's going to lay out and what the timelines are. That's all in government relations and with the chief's office on how that progresses.
Yeah.
We're here to support that, and as we see the needs, but that transition will occur, and there's specific steps that you take when you're going through a compacting process.
Yeah, just like
And
Hastings and all
negotiation,
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
same
so
thing.
as we get closer, now we are anticipating having a team that's going to be totally devoted to that project. So we'll rely on them to lead us on what their needs they see are going to be coming, and IHS will have a big say in that too.
So it is possible to use this budget to offset that if it happens before next year's budget?
We already have identified our transition team that we're going to be assigning, and those people are already on the budget. Now, anything additional to that, we'll have to see how that works out and what's going to be required of us. We did get a grant to help with offset some of this cost, and that's what's helped us look at financials and things of that nature over this last few months.
How much was that grant to offset?
I don't remember the IHS
I can
grant.
look up real quick. It's in here somewhere.
Yeah, it wasn't a large amount of money, but it was enough to hire someone to come and do consulting for us and to help us look at their financials. We do have pending a contract right now to look at the overall facility, what updates are going to need to be made to the facility, all the stuff that
So like
you
a
look at
feasibility
before you
study to
acquire
figure it out,
something.
right,
Yeah,
yeah.
before an acquisition. So
Yeah.
it's more of a business acquisition, so we're trying to look at it from that standpoint.
Yeah. And she can tell me that figure later if she wants to.
And that grant actually ended during the current fiscal year.
Yeah.
So we used those funds in FY '24 to do the feasibility study.
Mhm.
But it's no longer, the grant ended, so it's not in the FY '25 budget.
Okay. I was just curious the amount on the grant.
Chair, could you remind individuals to come to the mic when they're making comments? Thank you.
I apologize.
And you can move on,
Yeah,
Chair.
we
She
can-
can just come tell
we
me.
can
if
get
she
that
wants to.
figure. Oh.
It's 180,000. Notice.
180,000.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, all right. Do we have any other questions for Health Services? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor.
Let's keep moving on with it while we making some good time. Next one is financial resources, Treasurer Taylor and Mr. Jamie Coe.
I'm going to let Jamie speak to our budget, and I'll just be here for backup.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, Council, thank you for allowing us to include financial resources budget for FY25. Are there any questions?
All right. Oh, Danny?
A huge decrease, is that because of probably the ARPA?
Exactly right, sir. I'll point you to line item 375-09920, Fiscal Recovery Fund, a decrease of $220 million. That's our estimated when we proposed the budget of the ARPA spend down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have any other questions? Just kind of do a brief overview. I mean, you want to just kind of have some feedback? Well, now I see the unappropriated reserve went up about almost 30 million, then our cash reserve fund went down almost 2 million. Any feedback on those?
Sure. So the cash reserve is a direct calculation of our operating budget, the original comprehensive operating budget. And so since there was quite a bit of a spend down of ARPA funding, the result is a reduction in the cash reserve. We did enjoy some significant earnings in '23 in the general fund, and so we have increased the unappropriated reserve as a result of those earnings in '23. That's reflected in that budget as well as an additional $5 million in the line item 10102900, an additional 5, and that is to a fund that we've created to fund a future year budget. So Treasurer opened this morning talking about being audited for '23 and then turning around budgeting for '25. We're already thinking about '26 and '27 and '28 with that budget.
Do we have any, Johnny?
Sir, thanks for being here. When you talk about that $5 million, is that the $5 million cash advance out of the cash reserve fund? Is that what you're talking about that moves forward, or what? Then why do we? If not, why would we have that there?
Yeah, we've created that budget, reserved fund reserves 10102900, as we're thinking about future years, directly resulting from the spend down of the ARPA funds. So one of the things Treasurer championed was that budget, I believe, last year or the year before, thinking about some of the programs that were created and whether or not they may get funded a subsequent year. We need to find a way to fund some of that in the future year. So we just increased that by 5 again as a result of some significant earnings we had in the general fund 23.
Okay, so then if that's funded as its own line item, the $5 million cash advance out of number 1010300, the cash reserve fund, where does that actually, was that just kind of held in stasis for anything that might happen between now and, say, October 1st? Is that where that is?
Yes, the cash reserve is to fund, should there be some kind of interruption with funding in a fiscal year. It's there to provide some funding for programs to continue until funding is reestablished. I think the legislative act that funded that was passed in like 2002, to give you an idea of how old the cash reserve was. And again, it's a direct, I think it's 1.75% of the comprehensive operating budget. And since there's a decrease in the comprehensive operating budget, that one went down a little bit. Okay,
generally speaking, is that 1.75%, is that, I know I had a conversation with Jody earlier today, is that piece of legislation, is that still working for us? Do you see a need to be higher or lower, or set at a certain amount? I know that maybe Jody might be able to speak to this a little bit as well, but it might be wise to have that conversation. If you foresee a problem, that's something
Sure.
that we would need to deal with.
Sure.
I don't really see a problem in it. Not really a problem, and I've had this discussion with Jamie, is I'd like to see that set as a set amount, because it's always a circular calculation to get that 1.75% each year. I would like to see it set at maybe 50 million or some flat amount, and then we can revisit it as time goes on or whatever. But like if you were to make a change today to any budget, it's also going to change at 1.75. I mean, it's just a circular calculation that's difficult for them to calculate and for me to review every year and everything. I mean, and back to the other, where they added the 5 million, that is a total separate reserve set aside that's unrelated to that, or even unrelated to the 2% that we're setting aside out of the dividend each year. So we've got several kind of reserves going on there that it's a good thing to have, so.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I just wanted to bring that conversation up. I know that we had that earlier, and if the treasurer's office also thinks that we need to change, that's definitely something that the council
Right.
can
We
work on.
revisit that during the year and have that, to be able to set up for the next fiscal year, so.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Do we have any other questions while we have Jamie here? All right, I'm not sure if this would be a question for here or now, but we know all those ARPA funds, once they come off, say next fiscal year, how is the forecast or outlook there? Do we have any concerns about the overall health of the nation?
Oh, no, I have no concerns about
Yes.
that, sir. One of the slides was the percentage of federal funding for Cherokee Nation, and that
Yes.
continues to grow. So,
Yes.
along with our tribal revenues, it's a good
That was
place to be right now.
more for my entertainment, enjoyment for the public, because we know we get those questions like, well, you just got all that ARPA funds. So we know that we got a strong team here, and we got looking at a bright future for our tribe. So
Yes.
thank you, Jamie.
You bet.
All right, we're going on a great pace here, but let's go ahead and stop for a break. I know Danny's feet are shaking over there, so so right now we'll just go on a small 10-minute break. So we'll reconvene at 10:32. We have Mr. Michael Lynn with Transportation and Infrastructure.
You ready, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Good morning, Council. It's a pleasure to be here this morning to talk about our FY25 budgets. The Department of Transportation and Infrastructure has submitted 19 budgets for this year with an increase of about $719,000 in aggregate. Of those 19 budgets, some of those are comprised of many projects that are set up underneath those budgets in what we call projects or activities. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council may have.
Joe?
On the DOT, the FHWA roads, the decrease, that's surprising with the cost of concrete and asphalt that's gone through the roof. Does that mean we'll be doing less bridges or less roads?
It doesn't mean that at all. It's a great question, and we did show about a $9.1, I believe, $million decrease in that. And the reason for that is the spend down that we had in '24. We budgeted into '25 our unexpended balance from '24 that does not include any of our '25 project funding. So when that project funding comes in, we will be submitting a budget mod, and we'll bring that back up to, I'm sure, above where we were in '24. So.
Yeah, because a lot of people are going to asphalt instead of concrete now because of the differential rate.
Right. Yeah, there's no doubt, no arguing that construction costs have increased.
Yeah.
But that is the reason, is because we have not budgeted any of our '25 awards at this point, because we're not 100% sure what that's going to be.
And also, is that going to affect your storm drain with the RCP being so high?
We put that stuff out to bid. Whatever, typically on some of the storm drains we've been doing plastic. It's a smooth interior, inside plastic wall pipe, and but in some cases we do specify concrete, and yeah, those prices have increased some.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jay.
Danny?
Morning, Michael.
Good morning.
With the TAG compact in limbo, the funds that will that be adjusted, or is that something to ask later?
That's probably something that we need to ask at a later time when the compact is at or nearing complete.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No. Do we have any? Oh, Joe?
Yep. Mr. Reese.
I would just like to add too as far as the tag, we actually spend those monies the following year, so roads and all those things that are funded by tags actually get funded the year after we've earned those dollars. So I mean, there'll be a delay if something happens, but I mean on that. So
good point. Thank you, Jody.
Any other questions for Michael? I guess overall, I think you gave us a little summary. I saw that the Main-Killer Soap Water Act is now on ARHI.
Yes.
Okay.
We're excited about that.
Yes, definitely. So do we see any big projects coming up for that budget?
Other than completing the studies that we have going, we're doing a reservation-wide study of all the water systems in the reservation. And we're completing that, and we should be coming up with having a report in fall, early winter to the council with the conclusion of that study. So we'll be completing that, and then we'll be still continuing to work with some of the water districts that we've been working with very closely.
Yes, definitely. So, any other questions before we let Michael go? All right. Thanks,
All right.
sir.
Thank you all.
All right, let's jump over to Human Resources with Miss Samantha Hendricks.
Good morning. In front of you, you have my budget for Human Resources. Turn on the mic, that helps. So in front of you, you have my budget for 2025, FY25. Be happy to answer any questions.
Have any initial questions jumping out? Danny?
Once again, your decrease of $4.8 million, is that just you're caught up or what?
Well, actually, most of my budget is flat with the exception of three. And we have an insurance increase as far as on insurance with a risk and management area. And then my health department, as far as my HR department, we haven't filled all of those vacant positions because we're strategically making sure we strategically do that with the growth of the business. So that's the other increase. I didn't see a decrease because we kept everything else flat, so.
Yeah, human resources shows almost a 2 million increase. All right. And overall, I know we had that executive order to raise minimum wages across the board. Have we 100% completed that, or how's that?
We have one more year, actually.
Yeah.
We'll have that by 2025, it'll be completed. Yeah.
Do we have like a number of how many
You know,
positions might be still under
It's
that?
actually not positions, we're actually down to people.
People,
So-
okay.
So it's actually decreased very, very much, so.
Okay, good. All right. Any other questions? All right, thank you
Okay,
very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep the ball moving. Management Resources, Mr. David Moore.
Well, this was supposed to be after lunch, so good afternoon. I know y'all have our budget. Y'all are just killing it, by the way, man. Yeah, I guarantee you, I got to back up and start over. But no, it's good to see everyone here. I know y'all have a copy of our budgets. The decrease to our budgets is mainly due to construction completion and stuff over the years. So that's and space cost numbers change. So other than that, I mean, we're rocking pretty good in the construction part of it. So yeah, try to answer any questions.
Joe?
On our storm shelter money, it seems like we constantly run out of money on those storm shelters, or septic tanks. Different ones, they run out. Is there a way that we need to appropriate different funds with septic tanks on different things?
That would be housing.
Okay, so I'll
That you
talk to
probably-
housing. All
Yeah.
right, I just saw
Or
that.
either, yeah.
Environmental,
Or-
I'll ask them. All
yeah,
right, thanks.
yeah, all right.
All right, Speaker?
Do you think, looking at your equipment, what you have right now, that there's a need for maybe some bigger type of equipment, bigger? Or we could do bigger, you know, I don't know, you have to stay within yourself what you do.
Yeah.
But, you know, in the past, we haven't had big enough saws to cut bigger trees. You know, bigger equipment to move bigger things. Is that something that you think is needed?
We're, yeah. Last year with ARPA money that got allotted to us, we got a lot of new equipment. But it was basically replacing what we had. But yeah, I think there would be a necessity. You know, we saw that with Claremore because
that's why I was asking.
Those weren't
you know.
little trees.
No.
These things were monsters that were down.
Yeah.
We had a lot of difficulties with that. So,
Yes.
but it was easier to actually rent that equipment. That way we don't have to maintain it or let it sit all year waiting on a storm or something. So I think as long as we have money set aside for that, I think that would be a good deal.
Okay. Well, it's good that you're thinking ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we have to do that, so, yeah. I don't hate to say take time, but still, yeah, you guys did a great job during that, and you really
Well,
did.
we
so.
appreciate it. Those boys, I'll tell you what, you give them the go and they tear it up. I mean, they love helping our citizens.
All right, thank you.
All right, Joe?
Real quick, I want to follow on speakers about the equipment, like the 305s and different things like that. Usually like snow removal, when we do those contracts, we have those rental agreements with like Bobcat and Star and all those, that we can do a yearly contract and then we get first dibs on that. Do you guys have those rental agreement contracts with those rental companies
Not
so
like-
you can take
yeah,
that?
Not like that. I'd have to defer to finance. I don't think they'll let us do a yearly deal like that, but we have a blanket with them on some of them, not
Yeah.
all of them, some of them, that we can increase when needed. So-
Because I know if you get on it early before like snow removals, ours was already done in March. They will let you do as soon as it's emergency by the state or anything. They require contractors that are renting to return that in 24 hours, and then we could take that equipment. And they don't charge you all year.
Right,
They just charge you when it's in use, when it's declared emergency.
yeah.
And we do get those blanket POs in place early in the year so that we're sure that we have it there when we need it. So I think terminology may be a little bit different, but it's basically the same thing.
Yeah, I just know that's always helpful, like for Claremore and Colcord.
Yeah, we have, with United Rentals, we're real good. Across the street, we got rental agreements there, and then CAT, we even got stuff with CAT. So
Yeah.
it's, and they jump through hoops for us, they really do.
Yeah,
Especially because they know what we're out doing.
right.
So, but, yeah, well, it's nice to have if you need it, and thank goodness we had it when Claremore hit, because that was a different, I mean, ever since I've been in the fire department even, I mean, I've never seen a tornado do damage like that. I mean,
Yeah.
there were several houses that were barely touched with thousands of trees down, and trees down all around the houses, and I think we were very fortunate there was just a couple of lives lost, because, man. And I'm sure most of y'all saw all those trees and stuff in Claremore. It was just, and it was nuts. It really was.
Did you have enough operators when it
We
came to that
do,
time?
we do. Everybody pitches in, Housing Authority, Natural Resources, everybody, all the groups, we all pitch in, and that one went like clockwork as far as guys ready to help and stuff, so.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
a
you
good
did a
deal.
great job. That's all I had, Chair. Thank you.
I had a question, just I kind of answer my questions myself. I was looking at the facility operations, kind of, we know we got all these new big buildings, so the increase in taking care of the upkeep. Noticing that we do have an increase of almost 300,000, but I didn't notice there was any new positions filled for those. Do we have the workforce for those?
Yes and no. They kind of hit us before we can,
Right.
so we're a little behind usually on that, but we get it filled as fast as we can, because it kind of puts you in a bind, because there's a lot of square footage coming on.
So more than
And-
likely it'll be budget mods as those
Yeah, and
facilities
we-
get opened.
Yeah, and we try to plan ahead, when we get closer to these jobs getting completed. And I'll tell you, Health does a great job at it. I mean, they'll be ready to move into that new hospital, and they'll have it down like clockwork. They won't shut nothing down. They'll just rock right into it. They're great. They are. I've been through it with the clinic with them, so it's pretty awesome.
Yes, definitely. Oh. EO?
I was going to say it's a good thing we had plenty of leaf blowers for Saturday night, saved the night.
Well, I'll tell you what, we dodged a bullet, I think, with storms for the holiday. It was pretty awesome.
Do we have any other questions for Mr. Moore? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank y'all very much.
All right, let's keep chugging along. Got Commerce Services with Miss Anna Knight.
Good morning.
Morning.
You have a copy of our proposed budgets, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do you have any initial questions? Let's give them a moment to digest it real quick.
No, if they're not ready, then I should just be able to leave. I don't know why you don't have every one of these memorized.
Overall, do you have any updates of any areas that?
No, our budgets are just a little bit down this coming year because we haven't gotten some grant awards in yet. But it will be rocking right along in the same level that we have been in previous years.
All right, do we have any questions for Ann? Oh,
I know it's a budget hearing, but I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work that you and the volunteers do for the holiday every year.
Those volunteers do an amazing job, and Crystal and facilities do all the heavy lifting, and they do an amazing job.
We appreciate you.
Yes.
all right, it doesn't look like we have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Human Services. How are you?
Good morning, council. You have our budget packet before you. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer those.
Joe?
It's sort of a question about the budget part of it. At the Veterans Elder, I was asked by 2 or 3 elders to get the food distribution, which is in your pay item, that they get food, but they said there's hardly ever meat, and they were asking to try to figure out maybe how to use our meat market, and I didn't know. So I'm just making you aware of this was a question that came up for food distribution.
And that was for the veterans' food distribution?
The elder, yeah, the elder veteran.
The veterans' food distribution is actually separate from our food distribution program.
Yeah.
They do that through the veterans program, and I really don't have anything to do with that. That
Yeah.
would be Joe Crittenden, but they get their foods, I think, from the food bank in Tulsa.
Yeah, so they were asking about, it was veterans and elders, 2 separate ones.
Okay.
So,
Is it
yes.
Senior nutrition?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not aware of senior nutrition getting a food packet.
That's why I'm just making a comment,
Okay.
just putting it
All
out
right, it's
there.
something, though, that I will know and look
Yeah.
into.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions? Condessa?
All right, thank you, Chair. Well, thank you for joining us this afternoon. My question is in regard to the budget item, clothing for kids. It looks like there is a significant change in that budget, a decrease actually. And I was wondering if that was the clothing grants that we did released in July and that were paid out in August.
That would be a part of that, because we have made those payouts. We're actually trying to get the final numbers now. There are still some payments, I think, that are lingering within the IT system. So once we get all of those paid out, we're going to look at that final to see what that actually is.
Yeah, I know that is a very popular program
Right.
with our citizens, and so when we're looking forward to FY '25, typically what's going to be paid out for the next academic year is probably FY '25 dollars. So the decrease, I would say, definitely does concern me. Are there plans to modify that in FY '25?
I think that there are definitely plans to look to see what might be available and to see how we can increase that. As you know, this year we served all, Cherokee citizens, and of course, that's always a significant amount when you're going outside of the reservation, but we want to include all those children in there.
Okay, and we're seeing some decreases in some other areas as well. Is that essentially the ARPA funds
A lot of
expiring?
that, right, a lot of that's going to be ARPA, and then within food distribution had a lot of CARES Act funding for construction, so a lot of those funds, have expired.
Okay, all right, well, I think that those are my questions. I appreciate the time, Chair.
I had an initial question on that too, so that was what I was going to ask. But I would say with that clothing for kids isn't the only budget that hits our back-to-school clothing program, correct?
Correct.
So there's multiple ones. That one just kind of meets the margins, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions for Human Services?
So,
Daryl?
all through eastern Oklahoma, the cost for utilities have skyrocketed. The local municipalities are getting charged more for electric, they're passing the cost down. I'm getting more and more frequent calls about utility assistance because some electric bills that were normally $300 are now $600 and something dollars. Do you see is that a federal program that we operate, or do we use tribal dollars to assist these individuals? And is that something that we may want to look into increasing?
Do we have tribal dollars that we could assist with?
It is a federal program, and we have been supplementing that with the ARPA funding the last few years to make it go a little bit further.
Yeah.
So, nothing's off the table. We can look at that, but we've used the ARPA money to prop it up the last few years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer.
All right. Any other questions? Yep.
Just real quick on that, because I think we need to do a better job informing our people that we are giving extra money that we don't have to give on that, because they think we're just trying to cut them, and they're really getting upset. If we would inform them, give a little more information, get it out there to them, I think it'd make them a lot happier.
Okay.
Thank you.
Definitely note that.
All right, if there's no other questions. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we got next group, government resources. We have Ginger Reeves. Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I believe you have my budgets in front of you. If you have any questions, I will be happy to attempt to answer them.
All right, any initial questions on government resources? I mean, overall, just see a decrease in the real property acquisitions.
That's fluid year to year.
Yep.
Yes. Yes, there's an increase in the main budget, 3221,000, due to the move that we had, as well as the salary schedule.
Okay. All right, do we have any questions for Ginger? All right, looks
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we, Derek Van still here? There he is.
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone had a great holiday, got to enjoy some of the festivities. Travel registration is asking for a 14.98 increase on the GEN funds and a 11.29 increase on our DOI budget. And we're staying flat on our photo ID.
Got any initial questions for registration? Condessa?
Yeah, I'm, in the summary there at the beginning, it states that there is likely a projection of 15,000 new tribal citizens registered, but I'm still just really wowed at the FY22 numbers, 31,000, over 31,000 new citizens registered. So seeing, you know, while I guess you could argue there might be a bit of a drop, it's likely because your office is pretty well caught up at this point.
We're doing our best to stay current. We'll always have a sort of a backlog, but it's not, you know, anything like it was before. But we're doing everything we can to make sure that that time frame is, you know, condensed down, and the people are not waiting, you know, years and months to get their, you know, citizenship.
Okay, wonderful. So you mentioned that there was going to be a bit of an increase. Would you speak a little bit more to that increase?
Yes, that increase is due to our photo ID events. We're having a few more of those added in, which we're trying to reach every, you know, community in our, you know, reservation. And so when we go to those, we're, you know, doing extended hours. And so we're going to have a little bit of overtime that comes with that. But we're trying to service, you know, every small community in our reservation with that photo ID program.
Well, I think that's absolutely a great reason for an increase like that, because oftentimes when, you know, citizens get those photo IDs, they may get them as children or as youth, and or you know, our appearances change over time. So making sure that, you know, addresses are up to date. It's a great touch point for citizens to make sure that all of their information is up to date within our system. So I appreciate the work being done by registration to stay current and to make sure that citizens' needs are being met.
Thank you very much, Councilor.
All right, thank you for the time, Chair.
Johnny?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Just kind of to piggyback on what Councilwoman Dr. T said, you know, and you and I have had this conversation as well, with the increased number of photo ID events that you guys are having. I mean, I'm having a hard time getting to them all. my own self. At what point do you see, I know we discussed before having a different, like, department, a different section within your department of just doing nothing but, deploying, like a deployable registration team of just those folks, because the overtime pay and the travel and everything that comes along with that, I'm surprised to not see a larger requested increase for projected ID events. Do you see that coming along? I mean, the conversations we've had, we kind of see it working that way. Will we see that in the next budget request, or is it going to be kind of budget modded throughout the year?
Well, Counselor, it's a good question. We're trying to see how things go right now, because right now there's a good increase, and then it's a much-needed increase. But as we go along to see how much, prices have increased as far as, plane tickets and, different things like that, we have to evaluate and just go along, because we don't want to ask for, a big increase right now and not use it all. So we want to just go play it by ear, and if we need to make a budget model, we can do that.
Yeah, that's good. And I know we also talked about there might be a better way to deploy our resources toward these ID events. And you and I talked about them a little bit in Jinx and some other places. Whenever we can get together and kind of further those conversations, it might be more, vis-a-vis the way, they do the TSA pre-check things and maybe setting up in our tag offices or setting up, having permanent places throughout. And I know it brings with it some other unintended consequences, but man, as you're growing, because I think the number is less than 50% of our tribal population even have the new ID card still.
That is correct.
So yeah, it's only, and as we keep adding people, and so it's a thing, and it's difficult to manage, it's difficult to deal with. So as you move forward, trying to think about new ways to accomplish this insurmountable, it seems, task at times. Please, feel free to have those conversations and let's talk about how we can possibly better deliver those to our people.
Okay, thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
All right, kind of piggyback off that one. Right now, citizens can just come to Tahlequah for the picture IDs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so do we just have one machine, or is there, what would be the financial efficiency if we set those up in different heat maps on the reservation? That way we know reservation, that kind of maybe free up staff from doing on-reservation meetings, but I know most people like those meetings too, but
right.
I get those calls in Adair County. They're like, hey, is there somewhere we can go in Stillwell just to take a picture? And because they might have missed a meeting, but
right.
What would be the financial impact if we set up those type of, additional training for employees to be able to take those pictures, plus the machines?
Okay. I don't know that off the top of my head. I would have to get, you do a cost analysis of that, and I can get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. All right. We have any other questions for Derek? All right. Well, good. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. I know I saw Shauna come in. I know we talked to her earlier. Do we have any questions for Shauna on hers? Do you have anything, brief summary? No questions. Thank you for coming back.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
All right. Do we have a Scott Otten here?
Good morning, councilors. I'm here to answer any questions you might have on my budget.
We have any questions for Scott? Oh, Condessa?
Yeah, I think that the work that's being done by evaluation and compliance is just really outstanding. Having been at a housing authority meeting where the efforts of compliance were on full display in regard to an investigation, I was really, really impressed by the work product from evaluation and compliance. And so in thinking about that, it's really amazing that considering that you have such a small staff and such a small budget in the scope of Cherokee Nation, that you're able to accomplish that. So my question is, in looking over the budget, what kind of software and tech tools are present in this budget that might allow you to utilize tools like AI to assist you with investigations and with the work being done?
Well, we're working on that with IT currently, and hopefully there'll be some opportunities to get a ethics point type software application that has some AI capabilities built within it. So, and I appreciate the kind words about my team.
Yeah, well, I really think that evaluation and compliance, Cherokee Nation goes over and above in so many areas in terms of fiscal health. And I think that evaluation and compliance is definitely kind of hand in hand on that. So I appreciate the work being done there. And you may need to research this and get back to me on this question, but how do we compare with other like-type organizations, whether we're looking at tribal organizations, other tribal nations? Is our evaluation and compliance kind of in line with if you're looking at kind of best practices and comparing with other organizations?
I would definitely have to get back with you on that one. I'm really not sure what or if some of the other tribes are doing right now. So.
Okay. Okay. Well, like I said, I think you're doing a lot with a little, and I appreciate the work that's being done.
I really
Thank
do
you for the
appreciate
time,
that.
Chair.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on over to the Marshal Service with Mr. Shannon Buell.
Good morning. If there's any questions on the budget this year, I've had a couple of council people ask me about training budgets, where training fits within the budget. If I have a specialized training for marshals like our autism awareness that we're doing for police, fire, EMS, you won't find that in the budget line item, those specific trainings. It's all within the training budget. So if you're asking for a specific training budget, that's where that lies.
Okay, Joe?
It's funny you mentioned that. I was at Tulsa Fire the other day, and they were looking for that, and I said it's probably April when they do the autism awareness, and some of their firefighters, the street guys, they said that would be very helpful on dealing with that when they run up on subjects when the parents are incapacitated or something and they have an autistic or a kid on spectrum, on how they deal with that. And they said the stickers that you discussed last year's budget would really help, even if a person hasn't been trained yet and is new. Perfect. So they said that was great. So I'm glad to see your guys doing that. And you guys do a great job, so I don't have to say much about that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker?
So I see your budget's just slightly lower than it was last time. Where are we at on new marshals?
One of the reasons, there's two reasons why the budget's lower. One, some of the grants have ended, but also we've put some of the stuff that was previously just marshals doing it under public safety. So that like 1.4 million that you see that moved, it's still under me. It's still under our big umbrella, but now it's under public safety, like our dispatch, stuff like that. So that's why you see that decrease. We're at 73. We've had 6 hiring processes go through. Out of the 6, we've had 2 make it through the physical fitness and the written, and we've hired one of those. We're still looking for good candidates that can get through the physical fitness and the written exam.
So you have 76 right now?
73.
73. And what is your end goal?
84.
84. Not that far off.
Not that far off. We've come a long way since McGirt, when we had 28 plus me.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Marshall? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on over to the Gaming Commission with Miss Audra Imhoff.
Good afternoon. I believe you should have a copy of my budget. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any initial questions for Gaming Commission? You know, we see a increase of about almost $500,000. Just any breakdown on that?
That's mostly due to salaries and vacancies. Since January, we have backfilled 15 positions since previous budget submissions. So while I am still new to my role, I am evaluating those vacant positions and hoping to fill those this coming year.
Right. Okay. All right, do we have any other questions? All right, doesn't appear so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, do we have anyone here for IT? Oh. Yeah, Miss Paula.
Hey,
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. Good morning. I am happy to present the government IT budget. You will see that most of it is small incremental changes. There is one budget that is an exception, though, and that is the office services reimbursement. So that is the bucket that funds all the internet, telephony, mobile devices, cell phones, and also printing for the entirety of government. That one's always a little hard to predict. It's hard to predict our growth sometimes. So what you see here is actually a right sizing. It more reflects what happened in the past fiscal year. It was under budgeted previously.
All right, Joe?
I just got two things. One, are you still working with Cox? Because Todd Gordon said they were working with Cox before.
Yes, we still work with Cox.
And that's still in progress with that?
Yes, we still work with them.
Secondly, last year, the guy's name, Welch, Chris?
Mhm.
Is it Chris Welch?
Yes.
He came to NCAI, and a lot of people were asking how Cherokee Nation is doing so good with IT and stuff. And so I didn't know, because it's coming up again,
Yeah.
and he got to share how everything was going, and it was very helpful having him there, because it gave me a reference, because it came up in meetings several times with some other tribes across the country. So just a comment that he did really well
Awesome.
when he was there, and I don't know if he's available to do that again this year.
Yeah, so I think he went to Res,
Yeah.
right? And I went to NCAI.
Yeah.
We're happy to have representation at both of those, so.
Okay, yeah, and just let me know, send me his contact,
Okay,
because when we're in those meetings, that way I can just give it, or he can give me his cards, whatever.
okay.
All right, thank you.
Condesa?
Yeah, well, I also do want to point out that Paula Starr, who is our Chief Information Officer, was present there as well. And
Yeah.
so I assume that you are also available for questions?
Yes, I am available for questions.
Yeah, because I would imagine that you, being the Chief Information Officer for the whole of Cherokee Nation, would probably be the best point of contact and the best point of reference, especially when we're talking with other tribal nations about our technology initiatives.
Yeah, so that goes further into Chris's presence at Res, which is more of an economic summit, right? And so we've done a lot of work with external partners like Deloitte and Salesforce, and Chris was there to represent that, to talk about, Chris's role is more about engagement across the workforce and with external partners. And then I have the oversight over the entirety, so the things that, you know, when we talk about infrastructure and you're talking about data centers and all of those more back system kind of things, I have more insight over those.
Okay, and I had a question, and this is for my own, I guess, personal information, but you are the Chief Information Officer, so I'm a little bit confused as to why Todd Gord is listed as being a presenter here today.
I think it's an old reference list, so this time last year, I think we were transitioning. He was executive director at that time, and I was moving into that role. So Todd now manages information technology for health, but I am the executive director. So I think it was just a bit of a miscommunication. I reached out to Brooklyn Brooklyn sent out the agenda. I reached out to her to let her know to update the contact list.
Okay, thank you. And also, whenever we're thinking about, we definitely want Cherokee Nation to be at the leading edge of tech, and I think there's potential for us to be at the cutting edge of tech as well. Would you speak a little bit to where data management and data strategies are kind of falling within your budget planning and what that kind of looks like for FY25?
Yes, so we are working to shift a resource over into well, not so much data analysis as more of building the data structure. So we are moving a resource over to start working with departments we'd had a plan for a grander project at one point, and I think we've just got so many priorities as a nation, right, that sometimes those things slip behind. But we are dedicating a resource to working with departments to figure out what are those common data elements that we have, so that we can start building a unified data model. I think we all know that data is the future for us in terms of you can't have good AI without good data. That's the first step. That's the foundation. And so we are definitely shifting resources to work toward that.
Right, because AI tools are, I think that's something that you spoke to when you appeared with Samantha Hendricks, our Executive Director of Human Resources, that there is a need for the utilization of AI tools to help streamline processes here at Cherokee Nation.
Yeah. Well, and we're growing as a nation in terms of human resources. That won't change. But AI can be that multiplier. We always need more capacity, right? You all know that. You face this from citizens all the time. We have a lack of capacity. And I think the human resources buttressed with artificial intelligence and those kind of emerging tools is really our key to getting that capacity.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for, we really only get to hear from you once a year. I'm always advocating for at least a quarterly report from IT, because I think you are the only executive director that does not actually report to council. So I would love to hear more from IT, whether it's quarterly or as part of our monthly reports. So I really appreciate hearing from you here today, and thank you for the time, Chair.
All right. Any other questions, budget related right now? I know we might need to get you on a agenda to get us a update. Like
I got plenty of
Dr.
information. I'm
Teehee
glad to
said,
share it. So.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and keep moving. We've got Career Services with Miss Diane Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. You've got my budget before you. Do you have any questions?
We have any initial questions for Career Services? Speaker?
Big drop. What's the main drop here in your budget, Diane?
Well, it's showing a drop, but we actually got 10 million more in our wildland fire that's not on here. And then our Job Corps 5-year contract, we got 14 million more than what we got 5 years ago. So that's not recorded on here because this came in right after the budgets were turned in. And we've got probably about 8 grants out there that we're waiting to hear on too. So maybe we'll have some more good news to tell you, hopefully.
That's a good deal. Good work.
Yeah, thank you. I got good staff.
All right. I see a pretty good increase on TANF. Is that just
That is correct, yeah. The TANF, we're in the process of trying to ask for a different formula, because this goes back to the late 70s.
Right.
And they need to do another formula because, things have changed. So we are working on that.
All right, and basically just the overall decrease is just we didn't get Job Corp on there until lately, right?
Yeah, you didn't get our wildland fire either,
Yes,
so, yeah.
All right, do we have any other questions? Oh, Dr. Teehee?
And it's, when we are dealing with the federal government, oftentimes things can, sometimes deadlines and funding expectations can change. I understand that. So now, is the Second Chance Act reentry, is that also part of the Talking Leave Job Corps? Because
No, the reentry is the recovery. It's Matt Lamont. He has the recovery reentry programs. Now, we've got the Quest program on there. Quest was actually moved over to Public Law 102477, so we are still actually operating that budget. It's just not Quest anymore.
Okay, because I was noticing that there is, it looks like a $500,000 decrease in that second act, in the Second Chance Act reentry. And I was wondering if that may be attributable to possibly a grant expiring or something?
He has 4 different grants that he's operating off of, and some of them are reoccurring and some of them we're reapplying for. So
Okay.
normally, we'll have more sitting here next year probably.
Okay, well, that's wonderful. I had kind of thought that may be the case, but I
Yeah.
appreciate your clarification. I know that the Second Chance reentry program is is a very important program for some of our citizens, and it has allowed individuals to really rebuild their lives. And so I'm thankful to hear that those grants are going to continue to be
Yes.
pursued.
And then also, the chief put $1 million there through the opioid lawsuit for us to work with recovery, so that is another area that we're working with. So that's an additional grant that Matt has that he's working with right now. And we've got 2 different people that are working in that recovery program. It's doing a really good job.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just a lot of wonderful things happening in career services, and thankful that the Talking Leaves Job Corps budget has come through, and just know how phenomenal that program is. I have had the chance to visit a couple of different times, and it's just a wonderful place with wonderful things happening.
Thank you, thank you. We have to go through this every 5 years. It's a 5-year contract, and we just went through that. So we're good for the next 5 years. They call them option years. And so occasionally they come out and do an estimate of our facilities, and sometimes we get additional monies throughout the year to repair various things, from our water heaters to the roofs and so on and so forth. So, yeah, Job Corps is a good program, and the staff over there are doing a really good job. It's really coming along.
Well, and is it also correct that our Job Corps is the only one that has a Native American focus?
It is right now. That is correct. We had 2 more of our students that was dispatched out to Nevada last Friday. They did a superb job doing the cooking for that wildland fire group, and they came back and said, "We want your 2 boys back out." So they flew out early Friday morning, and they'll be out for 24 more days.
Wow. All right. Well, I sure appreciate you, and thank you for the time, Chair.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Kelly? All right.
Thank you
very
all so much.
All right. Let's jump over. I'm gonna save housing for after lunch, but I see Miss Sharon Swepson with Tax Commission.
Good morning.
Morning.
I think you all have my budget. I'll try to address any questions that you might have.
Got any initial questions for Sharon? See, kind of a drop of 2.2 million. Any summary on that?
Okay, and part of that is in the motor vehicle. It has gone down a little bit, and as I had stated before to this council, I think a lot of it has to do with the economy and things like that, because my projections for next year is based on what we get this year. So this year's down just a hair, so that's the projection. We hope that we'll be able to come back and change that, and that'll go up. Of course, a lot of that's also going to depend on compacts,
Yes.
so.
Dr. T?
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that topic, because that was something that I had, that's something that I was wondering about, whether or not there had been some kind of forecasting that's being done kind of behind the scenes in thinking about and I understand there are just a myriad of possibilities that can happen as a result of the compact negotiations. And so is that, are those discussions happening?
Yes.
And I understand you're not going to probably be able to share a lot of this because it is speculations, but but could you kind of maybe address some of those concerns a little bit?
We are looking at that to see, I've addressed it with staff to see, what offices would probably be more affected by if we had a major decrease in our at-large revenues and things like that. Really, the one that does the most at-large is our Catoosa office, so that would be where we would look first if we needed to.
Okay.
But we're hoping for the best and hoping that we will be able just to go forward as we are.
Yeah, well, hopefully the state of Oklahoma comes in as a good faith negotiator on these compacts, because I know that we are doing that on our side.
Yes.
So the other question that I had was in regard to the Mason Treat Act. You came here at our last meeting and kind of did some education and shared some education about how even if you are issued a metal tag by the car
state.
seller.
By the state.
Or, I'm sorry, yes, by the state.
Right.
That you can still get a Cherokee Nation tag.
That is not a registration of your vehicle. That is a pre-registration, and I think it's like less than $7. So your regular registration, we call it registration tax, and actually all of that has not been done. So yes, when you get your paperwork from the dealership, and normally
Yes.
within 30 days, then you can bring that to
I'm
the
bringing it back
tribe
to the budget.
and register your vehicle.
Okay.
That was gonna be my follow-up question. Does that
Okay,
affect
so-
budget any other? Would
Well-
that affect budget for your offices? That new step for our citizens to take?
We have not done anything with that because we're hoping that everyone, we can get the information out that it will not affect our budgets, that they will know that they can still come to us and get their tags and get their cars registered with us.
So my question is that you came here to do education. So are there places within your budget where there is education for the citizenry so they're able to?
We're actually working with, we have a little bit in our budget, but we're working with communications to make sure we get that information out.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the time, Chair.
Thank you. All right, any other questions for Sharon? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we got a couple minutes we can squeeze in. We have Election Commission. Looks like we have Marcus here.
There we go, that's better. Election year and trying to finish up redistricting. I'd be happy to answer any questions that if you have any.
All right, we just see a slight increase of 41,000. Is that just mainly due to the redistricting? I kind of thought that might be a little bit
Yeah,
higher.
so last year, this year, whenever we had the election, it was the question, so it was kind of one and done. We always planned for runoffs, and so that's kind of the offset there.
Okay. All right, we have any, Joe?
In your budget versus what we had on redistricting, number of precincts, will it go up or will it go down?
It will be considered, yes. We'll look at everything. As soon as the numbers come back in, I think we're waiting on one county. We'll look and see if we need to increase.
Like a budget mod
precincts.
afterwards, just to cover
No,
those costs?
No, I don't think that we'll need a budget modification, but we may need to add a precinct or a few.
Okay, I just didn't know if
Yeah.
that would change your budget amount in here,
It shouldn't.
since we're waiting on the map and not really sure on the precincts in your budget.
Right. No, we did some budgeting, looking forward to get new maps and everything into FY '25.
Okay, cool, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and just since we have the redistricting, we're having notified voters of their new districts. Do we see a large increase in funding on that for communication or advertising?
We have increased budget for like mailing.
Yes.
We're also going to do something new this upcoming time where we mail voter ID cards earlier and to at-large voters as well. So you'll see a higher mailing cost. We think that if we mail a voter ID card at the beginning of the election cycle, that allows people to make changes prior to the election, rather than the way that we've had it. They're closer to the election.
Any other questions for Marcus? All right, thank you, sir. All right, let's,
Lunch is not quite ready, it's here, they're getting it set up, so, whatever you choose to do, if you wanna.
I'd like to have a full stomach for Todd. No, so, if anyone objects, and we'll go, y'all want to keep moving, or anyone need a break? Danny with the small bladder already walking out. Yeah. I would say I'm going to go ahead and take the objective and just go ahead and take a break right now, just a little increase, so let's go ahead and break for lunch for now. let's reconvene on the budget hearing. Shelley, can you do the roll call for us real quick?
Joshua Sam,
Here.
Kevin Easley. Sasha Black Fox Claus. Danny Callison. Julia Coates. Joe Deere. Mike Dobbins. Lisa Hall. Johnny Kidwell. Daryl Legg. Dora Petzkowski. Cody Poindexter.
Honey.
Mike Shambaugh. Melvina Shotpouch. E.O. Smith. Condessa Teehee. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Shelley. All right, let's jump back on the agenda here. We got the Housing Authority of Cherokee Nation with Mr. Toddy and Lowe.
Good afternoon, Council. You have our budget. I will note that several things in here are primarily HUD funded. So you don't see a lot of the ARPA-related funding that we've been involved with for the last several months. So just know that most of this is directly from HUD.
All right, do we have any questions for Todd? Oh, Cody?
Todd, can you explain where it says NC elderly speakers budget right there, budget line item? I think it's under SS HUD. Could you explain that for me?
That was part of the ICDBG funding. It was a competitive grant that we wrote for that. And so with that project, as it's being spent down, that money's decreasing. In fact, a lot of the decreases that you will see across our budgets are project-related. So one-time funding that was completed, and once those projects were completed, that funding was depleted. So it's that should be counting down to zero based on that project funding.
And my other question is, I know housing works closely with other departments as well. What part of the budget in here would you say you assist with speaker services on?
Well, that's a good question. That would be covered in a couple of different areas. One is we've assisted with some funding to assist with some of the rehab projects. So we transferred some money this last year. But our rehab team, that's the rehab budget, would be 35660,440. Those guys help out with the rehabs as well. You bet.
Joe?
Hey, on those housing rehabs, you know, the Nahazda and the Bacon Davis, when you fill out all that, how much of that budget is Nahazda money? The rehab?
That rehab budget that I just rattled off?
Yeah.
It's all Nahazda funded.
It's all Nahazda funding?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was checking. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. And just for council's awareness, any project using Nahazda funding that's over $2,000 requires Davis-Bacon wages. So imagine a hot water tank to replace between the material costs and the labor costs might cost $2,100. That's going to require certified payroll and everything from the contractor. So, but good question. Yeah. I wish I could get all of the contractors to bid that way.
I just throw a question out there. I see rental assistance went up $2 million. Is that based on the number of applicants or the amount of rent?
That is our goal to try and assist more people. So with our rental assistance, elder, disabled, handicap had preference. And with rental assistance, they don't ever come off that list. And it meant that individuals or new families with children or maybe single parents were stuck down on the wait list. And so by adding that $2 million, we hope that we can assist more people.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Todd? All right. Great.
Man,
Great
that was
job.
a big lead up.
Yeah,
I thought there were going to be hundreds of questions. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Todd.
Appreciate you, Todd. Well done.
All right. Let's see. Do we got Miss Christina Justice with Secretary of Natural Resources? No. All right, let's go ahead and go with language with Mr. Howard Payton.
Seal Nagala,
CO.
Seal Sawati. I'm Howard Payton. I'm here to try my best to represent the language department in the budget. I think everybody's received that. I'm here to answer any questions, and please be gentle.
Cody?
I was trying to think of what to ask. On the speakers' housing services, do you potentially see a huge increase within the next year for the housing for speakers?
I think we've put a lot of projects on that. As you know, we've continued to lose a lot of population of Cherokee speakers. I think we put right around $24 million in speakers' homes in the last couple of years. And we've lost around 800 speakers in the last 5 years. We're right at about a little over 1,500 speakers left. So in the next few months, we're doing more and more assessments. We're doing a survey that will kind of let us know some needs and that sort of thing, so we can back into that best with our abilities. I'm hoping as time goes on, we do meet the needs of housing. But as you know, it's a big need, and it's particularly big in some of you guys' areas, Adair County, Sequoia County, Delaware County, Cherokee counties. There's a large need, but at some point we start to handle that situation, and hopefully speaker services starts to look more towards social work end of things, medical end of things to extend the life. So we're still looking at that. There's still a big need, but hopefully we'll turn the page as time goes on and address the majority of the issues.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. It sounds like it's going good, and I really appreciate the quality of work y'all are starting to do more here. And we delivered Rosella Sawhney's trailer the other day, and she was just in tears how happy she was.
And,
so.
you know, that was I think, and Counselor, you can add to that, but that was probably one of the worst housing situations in Adair County. That was a rough situation. That's saying a statement for me and you saying that, right?
And she also lived on restricted tribal land, so that came into play, and so it took even longer on that process there. And without this program, she would not be able to get that trailer house that she needed for probably almost 10 years. So
it's not only that, it's the kids and everything that's associated with that. So it's definitely administration, council.
I agree.
Of course, our treasurer and everybody behind us here is making that happen. It's just nice to be the face every once in a while and go out there and act like we know what we're doing, right, Councilor? So.
Well, thank you.
Do we have any other questions for Howard? Lisa?
I don't have a question, but I need to speak to you about a speaker.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
You guys that don't know, that counselor really advocates for Cherokee speakers in her area, so it's always good to talk to her.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Howard.
Well, though, you Joe, you lead, you see.
Do we have anyone here for natural resources? All right, let's go to Cherokee Publications with Tyler Thomas. No.
CO.
CO. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Got any information on your
It's
budgets?
pretty, I mean, we had a slight increase, and that's mainly due to the market analysis and the salary increases across the board. So other than that, it's a flat budget. We do what we're told when treasurer tells us to do something.
We have any questions for Tyler? All right, doesn't look like it. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Canaan, wake up.
Okay, I'll get her in.
All right, let's move to public health with Lisa Pivick.
Good afternoon. I hope all of you are doing well. You have our budgets. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on our budgets for the next year. I might note that you don't see summer EBT on this budget because it's not funded until the beginning, early spring, and that's 22 million. So that accounts for a big part of the decrease that you see, as well as 4 or 5 grants that are re-upping at this time that are still in process that we'll be doing budget mods for.
All right, do we have any questions for Lisa? Doesn't appear so, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Have we heard from Christina?
Yeah, Secretary of Natural Resources is en route, coming across town, so.
Okay, all right, well, let's go ahead and fill some space with Jody Reese with Tribal Council.
Fill a lot of space here. So. We do have just slight increase in ours, mainly just because we are so heavily salary in our budget compared to other budgets. Just the standard cost of living increases. We'll mention there's been some discussion about increasing the travel allowance and community assistance, and the travel policy will need to be modified if we want to look at the mileage increase. And then once that goes through, I can do a budget mod later on for that, and any if we want to look at community assistance, we can look at that later too. So
probably community
because we went
meetings,
from
too.
25,000 to 35 this last year, and it's in at 35 now. And I want to apologize because I did say that it stayed at 25,
Yeah.
but in my memo, but I was just in that mind, it's staying the same, but it did go to 30, we're at 35 for 25 also, but if we want to change that, we can at any point.
Got any questions for Jody? All right, Jody, thank you.
All right.
Well, let's take a slight break until Secretary of Natural Resources can get here.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and jump back in. We have Christina Justice with the Secretary of Natural Resources.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, how are you?
I'm great.
All right, you got a little overview of your budget?
I do. We've got a few increases in our budget for a few reasons. One, we're expanding our ethnobiology department so that we can provide more cultural seeds to our citizens. Our seed bank is one of our biggest, programs that we operate. I know our citizens really look forward to those offerings every year, and we want to be able to increase those. So we'll be adding additional staff, and we'll be expanding our gardens. So that's a little bit of the increase. We also have an increase to our Tribal Historic Preservation Office to account for additional staff to oversee NAGPRA specifically, so repatriation efforts and things like that. And we have an increase in our wildlife management. There's two budgets that are impacted, wildlife management and wildlife conservation. Those increases are pretty substantial. We are requesting funding for a new conservation officer and some outreach personnel and additional natural resource specialists for the Wildlife Conservation Department. And that will enable us to do more monitoring of our conservation lands, with the reciprocal agreement in place and the no longer having the compact with the state, our obligations are quite expanded. So that's a pretty substantial increase there. There's a few other minor increases, but just generally operational in nature. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Joe?
You know, I'm going to have a question. You got two line items for the same thing, the Tribal Historic Preservation Office. And on one, you said one is doing the historical tribal properties, and the other ones you're doing the Section 106 with NAGPRA.
Mm-hmm.
I was just curious why you have two different line items.
So we have two budgets. One is a grant budget, and then one is an operational budget.
Yeah.
And so, pretty much depends on the staff that's allocated to each one.
Yeah.
Some of ours focus on the requests that we get, and then we've expanded to include the NAGPRA.
So did you do the
specific
two-year
programming.
NAGPRA grant?
We did not.
You did not?
This is not NAGPRA funding here.
Okay, but for the employee?
We're requesting additional.
Right, and are you going to add NEPA in there? Is that part of it?
So NEPA is underneath of our environmental programs
Okay.
department.
So that's why I was curious on that one, so. Okay, that's what I was wondering, why they were separated.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
You have any other questions? Oh, Dr. Teehee?
Yeah, thank you for joining us this afternoon, Secretary Justice. My question was related to, I actually had two questions, and I'm going to go ahead and ask you the first one. It is with this Attains Mentorship Exchange. There was a line item in the FY24 budget. Was that a limited time program, and is that why we're not seeing that in the FY25?
That would be grant funding, and the grant has ended.
Okay. All right, great, thank you. And the other question, and you may have addressed this in your opening remarks, and I just missed it, and if so, I do apologize. But with the farm meatpacking worker relief, there is a pretty significant increase there, and I wanted to ask you to speak to that.
So that is a 2-year grant, and so the initial year of funding, we loaded it with the amount of funding we figured we would distribute, and this is just all funds that remain in that grant. We're working on continued outreach efforts to get that money expended this year. If you'll remember, this is a relief program to those that work in agricultural fields or meatpacking working. And if they worked 1 hour during the pandemic period in those areas, then they're eligible for a $600 payment. We were asked by the USDA to expand our programming to serve all Native Americans across the U.S., which is a really large endeavor. So we've sent out Dear Tribal Leader letters. We're really trying to do a lot more targeted outreach to these other tribes to get them to assist us with disseminating this programming to their citizens. We're seeing an uptick in applications due to our efforts, And we're working with the USDA right now to determine the best way to make sure that we're able to get rid of this money this year. So that 27 million is just everything that is remaining in the grant.
Okay, so it's everything that's remaining in the grant, and it also sounds like an expansion, also because the U.S. government is confident in our ability to reach out to these other tribal nations.
Yeah, it was really the first of its kind, sort of a partnership with a federal agency to participate in the dissemination of this large of funding with a tribe. So it's been an interesting process to get it off the ground, but they do have a lot of faith in us, and our program is actually receiving accolades from this division on, our processes and our checks and balances. Our finance department is doing an amazing job, IT. It's been a really big collaboration, and we're really proud of the effort.
All right, well, I appreciate you helping to clarify those questions that I had, and I appreciate the time, Chair.
Joe?
Yeah, just real quick, did we ever get the GPR moved, or you buy one that was at the TARA office for all the upcoming cemetery issues?
I will have to check on that. That was the one that was with the Tarot office, yeah. I'll check on it.
Because I didn't know, because you know the requirements for that.
Yes.
But I think it would be good with all the issues like in Counselor Leg area to have that in the actual right office.
Yeah, I agree. I'll check with
All right.
that department.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, do we have any other questions for Secretary? All right, looks great.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
You too. All right, that completes our agenda. Do we have any other items of discussion on the budget before we proceed with the vote? All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, motion passes. All right, before we conclude, do we have any other announcements? No? All right, first I want to say thank you, Treasurer, and your staff. I know y'all do. Do you have any announcements? Go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you for your time and attention to this budget. I know that it is a daunting task, but I also want to reiterate, we are here to help you as the year goes on. If something comes up that you have a question about, don't hesitate to pick up the phone. We want to work with you. I know you take your responsibility as the administrator of the budget seriously, and all we want to do is make your job easier and get you the answers that you need to the questions your constituents bring to you. So I appreciate you guys.
We appreciate you. Like I said, Speaker.
Hey, again, unbelievable job on no irregularities on the audit. That is something that just does not happen very often in most places, if ever in most places, and you guys do it year after year. And you can't say enough about how unbelievable that accomplishment is.
Well, I appreciate that. And as I said before, I brag on my staff all the time, but when your mom keeps bragging on you, that's one thing, but when other people out in the tribe, out in the communities are recognizing your hard work, that goes a long way towards encouraging the staff that we have. So I appreciate you guys. Appreciate your support.
All right. Like I said, thank you again to you and your staff. I know we finalized the budget. We know that's not end all. We have budget mods. If we ever see a shortage anywhere, we know we can identify those and continue working on that way. We make sure that the people of our tribe are getting stronger every day. And I appreciate each and every one here coming and working together and getting this task done. I appreciate you all. All right, I need one more motion. Got a motion, second. We're adjourned.